morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2571, it seek of the Open Meetings Act (OMA), I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get on the way with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case, it's a protest hearing status, case number 24 PRO 00024 N Quarter River Point, DC, license number 124468. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar, we now move to a show cause hearing calendar, case number 23 CIT 00829, Levy Center, license number 12331. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee?
Good morning. Matthew Emick, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all adjourned.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Emick. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. AAG Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, last name Emick, E-M-M-I-C-K, on behalf of the district.
Good morning again, sir. All right, I see that the licensee is not here today, but for show cause hearing status cases, the licensee is not here. And I do not have the date for this hearing. I'm sorry, let me see. I don't have the date. I realize I do not have the date for the show cause hearing status. Give me a minute.
Mr. Chair, according to my notes, it is scheduled for July the 10th at 10:30 in the morning.
Thank you very much. So the show cause hearing is scheduled for July 10th at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents or witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless reasonable good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions, sir?
Nothing from the government, but I would just note that it's my understanding that the parties are in the process of executing an offer in compromise that should be submitted to the board in short order.
Thank you very much for that representation. All right. All right, let me see something. Give me 1 minute. Just give me a minute to move forward on the calendar. I'm trying to get some dates before moving forward. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00011, Sticky Rice Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Thank Jason Martin, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, do you have a...
I just unmuted myself. This is Jason Martin from Sticky Rice.
No, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? All right, okay.
Yes.
Good. All right, I now see you. Good morning, Mr. Emmett. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning again. AAG Matthew, Matthew, last name Emick, Emmick, on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Mr. Martin, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
JASON MARTIN, Jason Martin from Sticky Rice Beehive LLC.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Emick, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I would just note on behalf of my colleague that it's my understanding that an offer in compromise has been tendered to Mr. Martin to the establishment. However, there was, I guess, an inaccuracy, and so Mr. Jean-Baptiste, my colleague, has sent an updated offer in compromise for the establishment's consideration.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to stall a little bit so I can get... I do not have the date for this hearing, sir. I do not have the date.
The date for
the show cause hearing.
I believe it's scheduled for June the 26th, Mr. Chair.
At what
well,
time?
then this is not the show cause hearing. What is this meeting then?
This is a status hearing, sir. So this is a status hearing. So if this matter is not settled, then on June 26th at 10 a.m., that's when we have the hearing where if you're contesting this matter, then you need to bring whatever documents and witnesses that you might have to defend your position.
And then would that meeting also be a virtual one as well?
Yes, all our hearings are virtual, sir. And
the offer in compromise, I did appreciate the error. The $250 sounds a lot more amenable.
well, Mr. Martin, if you agree to that now, you can put it on the record and the case will be over. So if you can tell Mr. Emick that if you're going to pay that, we can end the case right now.
Right. It's just it was a clerical error. This has happened in the past. If there's a way that the board could find me less than $2,000,
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what the offer in compromise. That's what I'm saying.
right?
Uh, I don't. The board does not get involved in negotiation. But what I'm saying is that I don't know. You said that they submitted to you an updated offer in compromise. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct. That someone had mistyped $250, which
but-
sounded nice.
But I'm saying the updated offer and compromise that was sent to you are you accepting that? Or you're still
Yeah, not at this time.
okay? All right, that's fine.
I don't know if I can afford that.
We don't need to have further conversation. I was just trying to just get clarification from you.
Okay.
All right. So this matter then is scheduled for, and I still haven't. But you're saying Mr. Emick is scheduled for June 26th at what time, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So it's my understanding that case ending in 00011 is scheduled for show cause hearing on June the 26th at 10:30 in the morning. However, I would just like to note for the board that the establishment also has another pending case that is scheduled for a show cause hearing on this afternoon's docket at 1:30 p.m.
I'm aware of. That I'm aware. I just want to make sure, and let's we're off the record for a minute, okay? I just need to clarify something, okay? So we're off the record for a minute. Hold on, please. Okay, we're back in the record. All right. I just had to make sure that I had the correct dates. All right. So for case number 24 CMP 00011, Sticky Rice, the show cause hearing is scheduled for June 26 at 10:30 a.m. At that hearing, sir, so 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses that you would be relying on at the hearing. Failure by either party to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless reasonable or good cause is shown, that party could be prevented from by the board from relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed previously. Do you have any questions, sir? Either party have any questions?
No.
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right. I just want, and you know, Mr. Martins, that you do have a case, another case before the board at 1:30 this afternoon at 1:30, sir. Are you aware of that?
I just am, and I don't know if I've seen an offer and compromise on that one.
I don't know, sir. I don't know whose case. I don't know who's the government whose case this is for that case. So do you know do you know whose case that is, Mr. Emick? You can let him know. Maybe you can have Mr. Martin, you can have a conversation with the government before 1:30.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's my case,
All right.
actually.
So then, Mr. Martin, I guess let me ask the party. So was an offer in compromise offered in this case, Mr. Emick?
In case ending in 011,
The case
yes,
the case this afternoon.
there was, Your Honor, and if the court will grant me, or the chair will grant me a brief moment of indulgence, I can double check the date that was sent out.
All right, let me see.
Thanks. And I also emailed you back, Mr. Emick.
And the reason I'm asking, if there's an offer in compromise that was offered, and if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Martin, we could do that case right. We could if I don't want to know what the terms of it, but if the government offered you an offer in compromise, if you accept it, if you're going to accept it, then we can do this right now.
Okay. I'd like to do it right now, so then it wouldn't need to waste
No,
any time later.
I'm not doing a hearing now, sir. I'm only if there's an offer in compromise that's accepted. That's what I would do that now. But if you want to, if you're not going to accept it, we're going to have the hearing this afternoon. That's all I'm saying. So
Mr. Emick, do you have the offer and compromise?
Yes, sir, Mr. Martin. The original offer and compromise was sent to your email on April the 11th. You sent a responsive email. I responded back that unfortunately my agency client and the statute mandates the original offer and compromise as was sent on the 11th.
So that's the only. If it's accepted, we'll do it. If it's not accepted, then we'll go to the hearing this afternoon. That's all. That's all that I can do at this juncture.
Okay. Is that Mr. Emick? I'll accept the offer and compromise.
All right. So if you'll accept the offer and compromise, then I can call that case, and then we can dispose of this case at this juncture.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right. So let me have the record reflect that for case number 24 CMP 00011, that Sticky Rice license number 72783, that case is scheduled for June 26th at 10:30 a.m. I'm going to go out of order and call now case number, this is off the afternoon calendar, case number 23 CMP 00006, Sticky Rice Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Let me have the parties, because it's a different case, so let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Starting with the government.
Good morning again, members of the board. This is Assistant Attorney General Matthew M-A-T-T-H-E-W Emick, E-M-M-I-C-K, on behalf of the district.
And Mr. Martin?
Jason Martin, J-A-S-O-N, M-A-R-T-I-N, Sticky Rice Beehive, LLC.
Good morning. Mr. Emick, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I would just note that it's my understanding and belief based on the representations Mr. Martin's made this morning that the parties have reached a resolution for the board's consideration. Specifically in this matter, that the establishment will be accepting an offer in compromise for failing to file a quarterly statement for the period of July through September 2023, which would be a fifth secondary tier violation within 4 years. And the mandatory statutory fine in that instance would be $2,000, which would be due and payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. And if the payment is not made within that 30 days, then the license would be suspended until payment is received in full, and to file any pending quarterly statements if not yet submitted.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Martin, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise. The offer in compromise is that there's a fine of $2,000 payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid, and that you have also agreed to file any outstanding offer and any outstanding quarterly payments. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing,
Yes.
and that by accepting an offer in compromise, you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
But with that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr.
Grant
Short, I
has seconded
second.
the motion.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. So the board has accepted the offer in compromise. I would want to thank the parties that this matter is settled. So therefore, we no longer have this afternoon hearing. The case is settled. All right. Okay. So thank you very much for that. And Mr. Martin and Mr. Emick, you can talk about the other case, and if the parties agree at some point before June, you can just do it in writing, and we will have that hearing. Okay?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair, just
thank
one
you.
one point of clarification. Would the board still like us to submit a written offer in compromise that reflects?
No, you don't have to do anything in writing, sir. It's because basically it was put on the record, and so and because this is the way we used to do it in the old days. Okay, it was the parties would show up for the hearing, and you would put it on the record, and that's it. But because of the onset of COVID, that's one of the reasons why we now have these written documents, because the board never did that prior. So there's no further action that's required on either side. So the case is over. So we're not having the afternoon hearing, and there's no paperwork that is due from you, Mr. Emick. Okay.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Emick. Thank you, Mr. Martin. You both have a great day. All right.
You as well. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So the next case on the calendar is case number 22 CMP 00080, Capital City Brewing Company, license number 16838. This case is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00104, Aurora Market, license number 121619. This case also is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. We're now at the end of our morning agenda, and so now let us now do our morning calendar. Let us now do our agenda items for the morning. The first agenda item that we have this morning, it's our legal agenda. The legal agenda, alcoholic beverages. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated March 8th, 2024, for case number 22 CMP 00104, Aurora Market, license number 121619. The offer in compromise is as follows: Charge 1, allowed on-premise consumption at off-premise establishment, first primary tier violation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25112B. There is a fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 2, expanded operations to another floor without approval, first primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B3. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated May 10th, 2024 for case number 22 CMP 00080, Capital City Brewing Company, license number 016838. The offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Charge 1, serve and sold alcoholic beverages in your establishment without an ABC manager or owner on premises in violation of DC Code Section 25701 and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A1. There is a fine of $250 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, made a false or misleading statement during inspection while selling and serving alcoholic beverages on premises in violation of DC Code Section 25823A5C and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5C. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated May 9th, 2024. License was canceled on May 8th, 2024 by board order number 2024-375. This is Bombay Street Food 2, license number 113664. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated May 13th, 2024. License was canceled on May 8th, 2024 by board order number 2024-367. This is JJ Mutt Wine and Spirits, license number 025523. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated May 13th, 2024. License was canceled on May 8th, 2024 by board order number 2024-371. This is Heights Liquor, license number 118369. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of motion to dismiss dated April 30th, 2024 in case number 23251-00029, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This matter is now moot. See board order number 2024-409. Number 7, review of motion to lift summary suspension dated May 8th, 2024 in case number 24251 00019, decades license number 103505. This matter was previously approved 330C Board Order Number 2024-400. Number 8, review of motion to lift summary suspension dated May 8th, 2024 in case number 24251-00020, rewind, license number 107182. This matter was also previously approved 330 C Board Order Number 2024-401. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, it's the review of a settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and New Leaf Smoke Shop, license number 126727. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E and Relva, license number 127296. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of medical cannabis signs and advertising notice of second emergency and proposed rules. I make a motion that we approve this emergency rules. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review request for temporary operating retail permit, TORP. This is for the Upper Room DC, license number 128599. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of architectural floor plans for a new retailer Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Trader Joe's number 820, license number 128542. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 2104 Vermont Avenue Northwest. This is for Wet Dog Tavern, license number 096176. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Nokasa Kachacha. The license for the storage area is 12467. I'm sorry, 124627. The license number for the green zone is license number 106839. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for sidewalk cafe endorsement with 12 feet. This is for 250 BBQ, license number 127224. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for the Line DC, license number 102177. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first and only matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is the review application for stipulated license with letter of NC support for a new ABC license. This is for Smoking Pig, license number 127999. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. We now move to our vacate cease and desist orders agenda. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on April 24th, 2024. Number 1, Kitchen Savage, license number 124045. The license is paid. The third-year annual fee on 5/7/24. Mood Swings Food Hall, license number 117346. The license fee paid. The third-year annual fee on May 7th, 2024. I make a motion that ABC Board vacate the cease and desist orders that previously issued on April 24th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Restaurante Piccolo, license number 111952. This matter is moot. This matter is moot. See Board Order number 2024-398. All right, that's our licensing agenda. Let's now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda, this is for the conditional retailer applications. Number 1, review of a conditional social equity application for a new retailer license, Power of Plants. LLC trade name Mr. Nice Guy 3, license number 128582. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our standard retail applications. Number 2, review of standard application for new retailer license with safe use treatment facility and summer garden endorsement. This is for the Grove Shop, license number 127594. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of social equity application for new retailer license. This is for High End DC, license number 127840. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Positronics, license number 127981. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Monco, M-O-N-K-O, license number 128037. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to a conditional cultivation center application. Number 6, request to withdraw conditional social equity application for a new cultivation center license. This is for XXX Distributors LLC, trade name and location to be determined. License number 126705. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Appeal request number 7. Review of appeal of a denied medical cannabis retailer application dated April 8th, 2024. This is for DC Garden Hill, license number 127570. All right, hold on. This matter is now moot. See Board Order number 2024-183. In addition, the Board orders a character and fitness review of the ownership related to all filed pending applications, i.e. ABRA license number 128404, license 128405, and 128406. A character and fitness hearing has been scheduled for June 12, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. See Board Order number 2024-402. Number 8, review of appeal of a denied medical cannabis retail application dated April 10th, 2024 for standard application for new retailer license. This is for the Crank Corner, license number 127573. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of appeal of a denied medical cannabis retail application dated April 27, 2024 for a social equity application for a new retailer license. This is for Apple Dream Shop, license number 127581. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's now move to the board's temporary and one-day substantial change docket. All right, on this docket, there are 10 licensees. I'm going to just review the names. I will make recommendations, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion for the board to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, it's a request from Daniel Agner, A-G-E-R, for one-day license class G. This is for a wedding. This is for May 24th, 2024. The license number is 128595 for 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 2, a request from Angela, A-N-G-E-L-A, Melendez for one-day license class G for graduation party. This is May 26, 2024. The license number is 128626, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, it's another request from Angela Melendez for one-day license class G. This is a dinner rehearsal party. This is August 31st. The license number is 128627, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 4, a request from ASIAH Walker, a one-day license class G, wedding reception. This is November 9th, 2024. The license number is 128632, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 5, a request from Millicent Hawkins, a one-day license class G, wedding reception. This is May 19th. The license number is 128636, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 6, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G fundraiser, the Consortium for Sustainable Workforces. This is on May 17th. The license number is 128637, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from AMC Georgetown 14, one-day substantial change, Memorial Day event, nature of substantial change to extend hours of operation until 2 a.m. This is on May 27th. The substantial change license is 24 SC 00691. Number 8, Project DC Events Pub Crawl, DC Pride Crawl 24. This is for pub crawl. The date of the event is June 15th, 2024. The license number is 105182. The pub crawl event license is 24 PCE 00010, 2,000 participants. Number 9, Project DC Events Pub Crawl, All American Bar Crawl 2024. This is June 29th. The license number is 105182. Pub crawl event license is 24 PCE 00011. This is for 1,500 participants. Number 10, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl, Drink for America. This is on June 29th. The license number is 110455. The event license is 24 PCE 00007, and this is also for 1,500 participants. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve all these one-day license and substantial change as per the recommendations of the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Sure, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And we do our final agenda. To the final agenda, it's our license administrative docket. And on the license and administrative docket for May 15th, 2024, there are 9 requests on this docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that all the applicants on the license administrative docket for May 15th, 2024 be approved. Is there a second?
Sure, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Sure, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We have now concluded our morning business, and we are now in recess until 1:30. I will ask all board members to return to executive session for a brief moment. So we're off the record until 1:30, and all board members should now return to executive session. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, I'm chairperson of the board. The board has 3 members in attendance this afternoon for business, and that constitutes a quorum. The other 2 board members who are here with me this afternoon are Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. We have 1 hearing this afternoon, and so I'm hoping that we will have a straightforward hearing. And so let me go straight to our calendar for the afternoon. And the one and the only case that we have this afternoon is a protest case, case number 23 PRO 00094, Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Thing. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Amon George, your access has been elevated. Anthony Perotti, your access has been elevated. Brenda, your access has been elevated. Kusam Sharma, your access has been elevated. Meskaram Balku, your access has been elevated. Majrak Bekele Kerr, your access has been elevated. Wanda Shorter, your access has been elevated. And Yemetake Bede, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Roxanne Kerr, your access has been elevated.
Can everyone turn their camera on, please?
I'm at work, so can I not turn my camera on, please?
Who's
Is
that?
it okay?
Who's
Yamada.
that? Who are you? I'm sorry.
I'm Martha's cousin.
You're whose cousin?
Martha.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Roxanne Kerr.
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Kerr.
Miss Yabede is a witness in the case.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Where's your client, ma'am?
My client is Ms. Rock.
Is she online?
She is.
Where is she?
She's sitting next to the handsome gentleman, and he's in a yellow shirt.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. And your client requests an interpreter. Is that correct?
She did, but I think we're gonna. She's comfortable with just going with English because of the time constraints, and so she's not requesting an interpreter at this time.
I need your. Hold on, miss. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. I need your client, ma'am, to tell me that she's not requesting an interpreter.
That's fine. Ms. Kerr, do you want to address that?
Yes, I'm not requesting this time, sir.
So it's correct that you're not requesting an interpreter. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Miss Belliker, thank you very much for being here today. You are no longer required. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. All right. All right. So let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let me start with you, Ms. Carr. Please spell and state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Roxanne Kerr. That's Roxan. Last name is Kerr, and I'm counsel to the applicant, Marta Bar and Lounge.
So can I have the applicant, Ms. Becker Kerr, can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Misrak Bakalaker, spell MISRAKBEKELE, space Kerr, KERR.
And what's your relationship, ma'am? What's your
Um,
relationship to this establishment?
The owner.
All right, thank you. Mr. Perotti, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Anthony Perotti, spelled Pirrotti, and I'm an ANC commissioner in ANC 4D.
Mr. Reuse, Reuse, I'm sorry. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
About me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Can you please identify yourself?
ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz, MARKRUIZ.
Good afternoon. All right, Ms. Carr and Mr. Perotti. Now, this is, and I just want a record to reflect that this is not a renewal of an application. I think Mr. Ruiz, in reading your report, that's what it says. This is this is a substantial change. What's been requested from the licensee is to extend their hours for half an hour, and they're asking for live entertainment within the confines of the building. Is that correct, Ms. Carr?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And what I'm trying to find out from the parties, is there any agreement that can be reached rather than going to a full hearing? Are there any agreements that the parties can make and we can memorialize that to say this goes with the license? Or is it that the ANC's position is that we disagree with granting extending the hour? Is it the ANC's position that we disagree with granting the 30 minutes and that the board should not approve the entertainment endorsement inside the premises?
Mr. Anderson, can I defer to my fellow ANC Commissioner, Aman George, who's also on the call? He's been authorized by the ANC to represent the ANC in this matter. I'm actually here as a witness rather than the person who is leading the conversation.
I apologize, Mr. George. I think because in reviewing all the documents, I think it just popped up on our screen that he was the ANC. So, Mr. George, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating the record? By spelling and stating your name for the record, sir.
Yes, my name is Aman George, AMAN, last name George, GEORGE. I'm an ANC commissioner for District 4D06.
Yeah, I apologize, sir. In preparing for the hearing today, and I saw most of the documents, I thought it was Mr. Perotti's name that I had seen, so I do apologize for that oversight. So the question I was asking you, and I said the board is prepared to do a full protest hearing. I was just saying that if we're here today, are there any agreements? The board is not trying to. I'm not trying to negotiate, sir. I'm just saying that if there are things that we can put on the record to say agreement to streamline, or is it that no agreement and so we're going to move forward with a full protest hearing? Just asking a question.
Our intention is to move forward with a full protest hearing.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So this is the way the process will go today. Both parties will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. We'll go first from the licensee. The licensee will say specifically what it is that they are requesting from the board. Once the licensee makes an opening statement, then the ANC will make an opening statement. After both parties have made their opening statement, the board will call its first witness, which is Mr. Ruiz, who is the investigator. The board members will ask questions of Mr. Ruiz based on what's written in his report. After the board members have had an opportunity to question Mr. Ruiz, the licensee will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Ruiz of his report. After the licensee has asked questions, and the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Reeves of his report. Once once Mr. Reeves has testified, then the licensee then can call its witnesses to testify. And so the licensee will call a witness, then the ANC will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and the board will ask questions after. So once the licensee has presented its case, then the board, then the protestant then can call its witness and present its case, and then we'll have cross-examination of all the witnesses. I'm hoping that we will have a very smooth process. One of the things that I will advise the parties, we will take a structured break every 2 hours. So I will, so approximately every 2 hours based on where we are, we'll take maybe a 5 to 10 minute break just for if you need to go to the restroom or get some water. So that's what I will do for all the parties. Any questions before we start? Yes, Mr. George.
Yeah, I don't know if this is an appropriate request, but I would just like to ask if it's possible for everybody to try and expedite as much as possible. ANC 4D has a meeting this evening and need to be there by 5:30. And so we will have a hard stop on our end. So to the extent we can just keep things from being duplicative or excessively lengthy, it will be helpful because we will have to stop.
It's the board's intent to finish this hearing today, and it is up to the parties based on how many witnesses that they're calling, for them to determine if they're going to elongate the process. So the more questions you ask, the longer this process will go. And I want to thank Ms. Bakar. Since we did not have the translator, the process will go a little bit faster than it normally would have if we had had a translator. Yes, Ms. Kerr.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You can lower your hand, Mr. George. Yes, Ms. Kerr.
I have two preliminary matters, one in response to what Mr. George just mentioned. So to help expedite the matter, the parties haven't made any stipulations. And I wanted to put out there that if we can agree that all the documents need not be authenticated, then we can just offer them into evidence, then that would expedite the process as well.
I don't have a problem with that. In reviewing some of the protestants' documents, I do have some concerns with the protestants' documents because the documents dealt, I think I read number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7, and they dealt with settlement discussions, and we can't have settlement. So settlement discussions should not be a part of this. So whatever discussions that the parties had in trying to settle this matter, the board that information should not be raised with the board, and so therefore any documents that talks about that potential settlements and what the terms are there, I'm not going to admit them in the record. And so so in reviewing, I saw number 4, number 5, protestants 4, 5, 6, and 7. There might be more, but at least those are the 4 that I'd seen. How many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
We have 5 witnesses.
You have 5. We're not going to finish today by 5:30 if you have 5 witnesses. And how many witnesses does the ANC have?
3 witnesses, I think, Your Honor.
There's no way we're going to, because we go first, there's no way we're going to finish this by a hard stop by 5 o'clock. So we'll figure out. I'll consult. Normally, I try to have these hearings completed in one day, but based on what's been said, it's not apparent that we're going to conclude this hearing today. So maybe what we'll do, anyway, I'll see I'll make a decision at 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, I'll see where we are, and we'll decide what the next step is. Okay?
Yes, sir. I had my second point was to in fact object to those settlement documents being admitted into evidence. So you first me on that.
So which did I miss any of the document? What are the documents, ma'am?
The ones that we objected to was exhibit 6 and 7 for sure. And then, I mean, I believe all the other documents they may mention something with the settlement. However, I don't think that it really goes into the discussions. And so we objected for sure to exhibit 6 and 7 of the protestants' exhibits.
All right, so if it's I definitely had a problem with 6 and 7, but if you have no objection with 4 and 5, because if
Well,
they're
let me
more
just take
so,
a quick look again.
Can I ask what are the rules of evidence that govern ABCA hearings?
this is much more. This is more informal, so it's not a court of law. However, settlement. These are settlement discussions, and so because I don't, so I'm not gonna. We can't talk about that. We had settled. These are the terms, and that's one of the reasons why I'd asked the questions before. So if you had said to me, if the parties had said to me, we stipulate to this, so therefore we have agreed to this, and so I would put that on the record to say that okay, these agreements were reached, and then we just have the hearings on other issues. But if there are no agreements, and if you have letters talk about this settlement that the parties are trying to settle it and what folks were agreeing to as a part of a settlement, generally in these hearings, those documents cannot be admitted. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. George.
Are they relevant to
No,
the
they're not
commission's
relevant.
understanding of peace, order, and quiet?
No, sir. Not the actual settlement discussions, not the discussions itself. You can talk about everything else, but you can't say that this is what they had agreed to do, because settlement discussions, and so you cannot refer to any concessions on the part of the licensee.
We weren't intending to refer to any concessions that the licensee had made during settlement discussions.
And that's what, just my quick review of the documents, that's what I saw. I saw that the parties were discussing settlements, and it was like, okay, so we cannot that cannot be mentioned at this hearing today. Any discussions about regarding the terms of a settlement? Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to be clear. I understand not referring to concessions made during settlement, and I think that that's a straightforward restriction that we can abide by. However, requests that we made during settlement that were rejected,
no, you cannot.
We believe are relevant to the commission's understanding of whether this bar will impact peace, order, and quiet.
No, well, you can put evidence on to say why is it that you need this, but you can't say to the board, we asked them for this and they rejected it. So as part of the board's decision, you can tell the board why is it that you're asking, and so therefore, what I will also ask at the end of the hearing is for you to be specific. What is it you want the board to do? So you can, in your ask, you can say to the board. So everything that you have said to them, that you have asked them before, you can ask the board for those to order that, to attach that to the license. You just can't say that we asked them to do this and they rejected it. No, that's because that's what I'm saying. You can't say, well, we talked about this, and the back and forth, but you now, since we have the hearing, you can tell the board this is what you want, and then you can put evidence on why is it that you want these restrictions on the license. Do you understand, sir?
I understand.
Yes, Ms. Kerr.
Yes, I reviewed the 4 documents, and we do object to 4, 5, and 6 being entered because the essence of those documents are indeed the settlement discussions that the parties had. And so we would object to that. 4, 5, and 6.
So we're not gonna. So exhibit protestants exhibit 4, 5, 6, and 7 will not be admitted in evidence. Mr. George, I believe the licensee has 11. I mean, what I will do is that I'll move them the evidence unless there are any objections with any of the documents that the licensee. I believe there are 11. How many exhibits do you have, Ms. Kerr?
How many what?
How many exhibits do you have?
We have 11 exhibits.
All right. Do you have any Mr. George? Do you have any problems with any of the 11 exhibits that were submitted by the licensee?
No.
All right. And so if you object to any documents as we move forward, you can bring that to my attention. But so I'm gonna move all 11 exhibits by the licensee in evidence, and all the documents by the protestants, with the exception. I mean, how many documents do you have, sir?
Sorry, I have one other question.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah.
On the issue of settlements,
Yes, sir.
are concessions that the restaurant has made since becoming aware of the dispute admissible as things that they have done that are relevant to the protest? So, for example, if they say, since hearing about the protest, here are the things that we have done to try and make things better, isn't that part of settlement discussion?
Well, I mean, that's up to them that's up to them in presenting their case to bring that to, if they want to convince the board to say these are certain things that we have done, and we'll make that a part of the record to say this is going to be attached to their license. But no, if it's not, unless both parties stipulate to that at this hearing, no, sir, it's not going to be a part of their license renewal unless there's stipulation at this hearing to say. So they can agree to a whole bunch of things before, but if there's no agreement on the record today, then they don't have to abide by it unless the board orders them to do that.
So that evidence is not relevant to the determination of the board's board's determination of whether the protest is valid and the bar offends peace, order, and quiet, correct?
Concessions made by them, no, sir, unless they are stipulated concessions, that unless the parties agree at the beginning of the hearing to say these are some stipulations that we've agreed to, and that would be in the board order. So therefore, it is binding on them moving forward. Okay, that's why I'd asked the questions earlier to see if there's any agreement on any terms, and so that would be part of the whatever board order. If the board agrees to grant this substantial change, then the stipulations that were agreed to would be a part of the granting of that substantial change, and the board could add more conditions to it based on what we determined today. Okay.
Understand. Thank you.
All right. Fine. All right. So the process where we start. So let's do. If there are no other preliminary matters, we can start with opening statement by the licensee, and then we'll have our opening statement by the ANC.
Thank you. One moment. Good afternoon. My name is Roxanne Kerr, and I represent the applicant MGBK LLC, whose trade name is Marta Bar and Lounge, in its request for a change in its business hours, as well as its request for a live entertainment endorsement. The ANC is opposing Marta Bar and Lounge's application, claiming that the Marta Bar and Lounge would have an adverse impact on the peace, order, and quiet of residents in the surrounding area. However, the ANC has no real evidence to support its position. Indeed, the only information the ANC will provide to the board is information about two neighbors of Marta Bar and Lounge who have complained to the ANC about noise emanating from Marta's Bar and Lounge into their places of business and or residence. The evidence will show that one of the complaining neighbors was in the same building as Marta Bar and Lounge. Actually, she was an upstairs neighbor, and she was in the same building with her family. And the other complaining neighbor abuts Marta Bar and Lounge. The ANC has no decibel readings to support any alleged noise violations, nor does it have any evidence of any substantiated violations from any District of Columbia agency. On the other hand, we will present evidence showing that Marta Bar and Lounge has never been cited by any District of Columbia agency for any violation, noise or otherwise. Indeed, you will hear testimony that despite having been called to Marta Bar and Lounge about 14 times to investigate alleged noise violations, the ABCA has never substantiated any violation. You will also hear the numerous steps Marta Bar and Lounge took to resolve the noise issue complained of by its neighbors, even though there were no substantiated violations. The evidence will show that Marta Bar and Lounge's application enjoys the support of its neighbors and patrons. Most importantly, we will present evidence making clear that Marta Bar and Lounge will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood. After hearing the evidence, it will be clear to the board that Marta Bar and Lounge's application should be granted in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Mr. George.
Thank you for your time and thank you for engaging with our community's concerns. At issue today is ANC 4D's protest of Marta Bar's application for extended hours and a live entertainment endorsement. ANC 4D is protesting this application because we have serious concerns about Marta's effect on peace, order, and quiet in our community. These concerns have been brought to us by affected neighbors who have faced substantial disruption to their well-being from Marta's operations. Ms. Brenda Cruz, who is with us today, lived above the restaurant space now inhabited by Marta Bar since 2017 with her family, her husband, and 2 school-age children. At no point since they moved in 2017, which was 3 years before the pandemic, did Ms. Cruz and her family ever have serious noise concerns about the establishment operating below them. They were able to coexist in their mixed-use development. In mid-2023, a new establishment opened up, Marta Bar, the subject of this protest. Once Marta Bar opened up, Ms. Cruz's family was subjected to extremely substantial disruptions. The bass from the Marta Bar subwoofer regularly shook their apartment until into the early hours of the morning. Ms. Cruz's children were frequently unable to sleep. Her children's school administrators noticed the kids being unable to focus in school and proactively reached out to the ANC for help to try and get Ms. Cruz relief. After months of discussions with the ANC, with Marta Bar and the common landlord, the situation did not get any better. Mrs. Cruz's family started receiving concerns from their doctors that living above Marta Bar was causing them serious health problems. All those materials have been submitted to the record for review. After receiving these doctor's notes, Ms. Cruz and her family decided recently to move out of the apartment rather than continue in this hazardous situation. Marta shares a wall with 3 other units. Mr. Chen, Marta's next door neighbor to the north, who we'll also hear from, the Similian family who live above Marta, and David Starr's a daycare, which shares a wall to the south with Marta. While Marta will try and paint a picture of them doing their best to be responsive and accommodating neighbors, that does not describe ANC 4D's experiences with them to date. I know Ms. Kerr mentioned the lack of substantiated noise complaints. I'll leave it to Mr. Ruiz to talk about ABCA's experiences with the bar today, but what I can say is ANC 4D has not been able to substantiate the quality of the soundproofing at the bar, but when some of our commissioners who will testify today visited the bar to do a sound check, I think they would agree that what Ms. Cruz was living through rendered her apartment uninhabitable, and it's not surprising that her family had to move out. In Mr. Ruiz's protest report, you will also find that ABCA investigators have previously arrived at the establishment to find the proprietor under the influence of alcohol and believed that the establishment interfered with their investigation. You'll find a long list of MPD calls and noise complaints to Marta Bar, including a noise complaint logged, I think, 3 hours after Marta's closing time on the weekend with no extended hours. In addition to hearing from Ms. Cruz, you will hear today from Mr. Chen, Marte's next door neighbor. He can speak to the disruptions he has experienced from Marte's operations. He has had to change where he sleeps in his home in order to tolerate the noise from Marte, and has come to discover that rooms he intended to try and rent out to tenants must remain empty because he would be unable to fill them up living next to Marte Bar. Because Mr. Chen's English proficiency is limited, he'll be testifying using a translator. Ultimately, our commission is protesting Marte's application because Marte has not been a good neighbor, has had very little interest in accommodating the needs of other members of ANC 4D's community. Their disruption of peace, order, and quiet drove one family from their home and has substantially impacted another neighbor. We have serious concerns that they may blast music in the middle of the day, interfering with a daycare next door where babies need to be able to sleep. ANC 4D welcomes businesses to our community with open arms. We're thrilled for the many thriving establishments we host on Georgia Avenue and on Kennedy Street, but we expect our businesses to help keep our community livable. Marte has failed to do that, and we request that the board deny their application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the board will call its first witness, Mr. Mark Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Mr. Ruiz, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you please again state and spell your name for the record?
Mark Ruiz, Markruiz.
And where you currently employed, sir?
With the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
How long have you been with this administration?
A little over 5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibility, sir, for the administration?
To conduct inspections and investigations of licensed alcoholic establishments within the District of Columbia.
And have you testified before at a protest hearing, sir?
Yes.
Approximately how many hearings do you believe you have testified? Protest hearings have you testified at, sir?
I would say at least 10 plus. Well over.
Are you familiar with Marte Bar and Lounge, sir?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned a protest investigation for the request to add entertainment and to expand their hours.
And did there come a time that all right, so how did you become aware of this establishment?
I was assigned this protest investigation to investigate, as well as I've responded to numerous calls prior to the protest period. And then I was instructed to conduct a protest investigation.
Excuse me. And did there come a time that you wrote a report regarding your investigation?
Yes.
And do you have the ability to share your screen and share that report with us, sir?
Yes.
Can you please identify the document that's on our screen?
This is the protest report that was prepared for Marte Bar and Lounge.
All right, sir. And when did you prepare this report?
This report was prepared May of 2024.
All right, so let's go through your report, sir.
Sure. For the protest issues, I just will note, as we already noted before, for the correction of the report, that this is not a CT license renewal. This is a substantial change for a change of hours and for an entertainment endorsement to provide live indoor entertainment. The application, this was for MGBK LLC, trading as Marte Bar and Lounge. Marte Bar and Lounge is located at 4815 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20011. The application was submitted by the owner, Ms. Rock Bekele Care. The application is being protested by two advisory neighborhood commission 4D commissioners. ANC 4D submitted a letter to ABCA opposing Marte Bar and Lounge's application on the grounds that the establishment will have an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet. On Monday, March 11th, 2024, Investigator Ruiz emailed the Protestants Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4D, Commissioners Chrysanth Corniotes and Amon George to get a statement regarding the matters on the protest. They responded saying they received multiple reports from the neighbors regarding extremely disruptive bass vibrations emanating from the establishment that could be heard in their respective homes, specifically 2 neighbors who have been affected by the noise and vibration coming from Marte Bar and Lounge. One of the 2 neighbors that experience an extreme amount of music and bass emanating from the establishment has been interfering with their family's sleep with their school-age children. That family has since relocated due to doctor recommendations and no longer resides in the apartment. On Tuesday, March 12th, 2024, Investigator Coates, who's ABCA investigator, Nikita Coates, who worked on this protest with me, attempted to contact the licensed owner, Ms. Karakir, via email to discuss the protested issues. We did receive an email statement from a representative for Ms. Kerr, her attorney, Ms. Rosanna Kerr.
Okay. So not reading it, but what is it? Just summarize what it is that
It just
the response.
Despite outlines the history of noise complaints that with the numerous calls received by ABCA and visits, no violations were substantiated, and that the establishment voluntarily made adjustments to address the complaints.
So tell us about the characteristics of the neighborhood.
So Marte Bar and Lounge is located in a mixed-use 4 zone. Mixed-use zone provides for mixed development between commercial, institutional, and multiple dwellings. Nearby establishments consist of 3 liquor stores that are currently licensed within the District of Columbia. We pulled the GIS maps for any nearby schools, libraries, recreation centers, daycare centers, and the only thing within 400 feet was a David Starr's Child Development Center located at 4813 Georgia Avenue. 4815 Georgia Avenue is situated in the northwest quadrant of the District of Columbia, constructed in 1923. The property is within Ward 4. Additionally, Ward 4, District 4 for police and fire services. The immediate surrounding area of Marte Bar and Lounge is a mix of commercial establishments and residential buildings. It's located between Delafield Place and Decatur Street. Again, it's in with the MU mixed use 4 zone that allows for commercial and residential together. It's Marte Bar and Lounge is constructed of a tan brick and glass exterior. Black. There are 2 doors. The black glass door leads into the bar and lounge, while the green door leads to an upstairs residence. 3 windows that are part of the residence are located above the location. The establishment does not have a parking lot, and there is a limited amount of metered and street parking adjacent to the establishment, as well as across the street within the 4800 block of Georgia Avenue. The interior is a 3-level establishment located on the first floor of the building. Main area is located on the first floor of the building, has 1 main entrance off of Georgia Avenue, which leads to a lounge area, sofas, a bar with stools, and a section for a disc jockey. The decor is black and gold. There are 3 speakers, 1 on stand near the front door and window, 2 on a floor with a stand position between the sitting area, and the 3rd speaker on a stand behind the DJ booth. The establishment has a kitchen that leads to the back door, as well as steps to the lower level basement area that also features a lounge area, storage room, and the office area, with a trash area located immediately behind the establishment. The current hours of operation for the establishment is from 11 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Sunday through Saturday. with the hours of alcohol service, sales, and consumption mirroring those hours, 11 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Sunday through Saturday. ABCA investigators monitored the establishment from March 22nd, 2024 through April 12, 2024, which was visited 4 times by investigator Coates. No ABCA violations were assessed or substantiated.
All right, let me ask you a question. On the visit for 3/24/24, it says music could be heard coming from the establishment. Explain that to me. I know that you're not the investigator who did that, but maybe can you explain to me what was that all about?
Yeah, so she had monitored the location from outside, from out front, from inside the government vehicle. Music could be heard coming from the establishment. That's basically noise outside from the sidewalk, and at times, I believe she even heard across the street. But it was not heard from inside another residence. So, or a residence within a residential zone. So, of course, no noise violations could be substantiated from that visit.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
We received the records of calls for service for the address during the period of March 11, 2023 through March 11, 2024 from the Office of Unified Communications with no ABCA violations or ABCA incidents attributed to any of those calls. We did note that the establishment did receive 10 noise complaints according to the calls for service. A review of ABCA records revealed that between September 23rd, 2023 to March 26, 2024, there were 14 noise complaints with no violations substantiated.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes, sir.
So you stated that we received 14 noise complaints. And so you're saying that none of the complaints were substantiated. Can you explain that to us? What's required to substantiate a noise complaint?
Yes. So during the noise complaints and the visits within the residence of the complainant, however, the complainant is located in a mixed-use commercial zone in which in order to substantiate a noise violation according to 25-725, the resident needs to be located within a residential zone, and the music and noise vibrations need to be heard from within that zone. The complainant, particularly for the noise complaints that we received, was in the mixed use, particularly above the establishment, so we could legally not assess a noise violation.
So you're saying because it was in a mixed-use zone in the same building that the board cannot substantiate a noise violation? Is that what you're saying, sir?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Review of settlement agreements. This establishment did not have a settlement agreement, nor does it have a security plan.
Tell us about the investigative history. Do they have any investigative history?
Yes. So the investigative history that exists is for one case from November 12, 2023, that the OAG declined to prosecute due to a lack of evidence.
So what was specifically this issue? What was the issue that was not prosecuted?
So this was November 12, 2023. Superintendent, the establishment under the influence of alcohol and interfering with an investigation, particularly with MPD, for not submitting video surveillance. It transpired from a reported assault that occurred between the owner and a security employee, and a review of body cam footage and of that and the police report. The owner appeared to be intoxicated. This matter also Occurred approximately between 3:30 and 4 a.m., I believe. And then, like I said, the OAG declined to prosecute.
So you're saying because because it was not prosecuted, so there are no violations on their license. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Why don't let's go through the. I'm sorry. I think there's some notation regarding cameras. Explain that to us.
So that's just noting that the establishment does have security cameras, approximately 8, but only 6 that may have been working at the time of Ms. Coates' inquiry. But I do know that cameras are installed and operating and recording on the establishment.
Okay, thanks. Let's go through the exhibits that's attached to your report, sir.
Sure. So Exhibit 1, this would be the letter submitted by ANC 4D regarding their complaints and issues, protests with the establishment. Exhibit number 2 will be the licensee's letter from their representative, Ms. Kerr, regarding their position of the protests and issues that have occurred. Exhibit number 3 is our DC zoning map indicating the establishment located in an MU4 zone with a budding residential zone behind it, as well as across the street. Exhibit number 4 is the GIS maps for ABC establishments located within 1,200 feet of Marte Bar and Lounge, which did show 4 establishments. However, the 4th Sandovan Restaurant and Lounge license was canceled at the time of the investigation and not operating. Exhibit number 5 is the GIS maps for schools, recreation centers, public libraries located within 400 feet. And this is just indicating the David Starrs Child Development Center. Exhibit number 6 will be the front of the establishment. And to the right of that, underneath 4815th, that door is actually a door to the residences, and the establishment's door is on the left side. Exhibit number 7 is a wider view of the establishment, located somewhat in the center. You see CB Wholesale Inc. To our right of that is the establishment, and then another building and then apartment building on the block. This was taken across from the street. This is the interior first level from the rear of the establishment facing towards the street side. This would be the window area. There is a speaker in this area as well. Exhibit number 9 is the lounge area on the front of the establishment on the same level. It's just a close-up. This is another view of the lounge area from the front towards the right side. Exhibit number 10. Exhibit number 11 is the bar area, which is located on the first level. Exhibit number 12 is the restroom. Exhibit number 13 is another restroom. Exhibit number 14 will be the DJ booth area, and then the doors going into the kitchen area, as well as with a speaker on a stanchion right there as well. Exhibit number 15 is a photo of the basement lounge area. Exhibit number 16 is another view of the basement lounge area. Exhibit number 17 is a storage closet area. Exhibit number 18 is the rear trash area behind the establishment. Exhibit number 19 is the OUC's calls for service report that we received. Exhibit number 90, and that concludes exhibits.
All right. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions. You can close your screen. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Investigator Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Thank you for an excellent report. And I have several questions. The number one being, on November the 12th, your report states that there was an instance of assault. The owner may have been intoxicated, and that the cameras were not all functioning. Is that correct?
That's
correct.
So it can be very plain to myself and to the public. Is there a rule that investigators go by when there are cameras inside of establishments that sell, serve, or deliver alcohol in the District of Columbia? And if so, if they have cameras, should they be functioning?
Yes, that's correct. That is a current regulation we have. I believe in this case as well, I believe a substantial amount of time has passed since that date. And it was just the footage was not available to investigators due to overwrite.
So would that explain why?
So it was probably more than 30 days. But then we got the investigation to look into.
So would that be an indication why they don't have any history of having violations? Based on, if the cameras were not functioning, should they have been, or the owners have been cited or notified that the cameras must work? Shouldn't there have at least been a written notice?
They should have been notified, but I don't know if anyone's ever observed them not having cameras.
So I take it you weren't there on November the 12th.
I was not, no.
But the investigator who was there, will you please mention that person?
There was no investigator. That was an MPD report that was investigated after the fact. I investigated that and prepared that report, but I was not present that morning.
So did you ever go and check to make sure that the cameras were functioning correctly?
Yeah, I've spoken with the owner, and she showed me the cameras operating on her phone before, so I did see them operating.
Were they operating correctly? Were all the cameras functioning correctly?
From what I've seen, yes.
So there were no malfunction of the cameras whatsoever?
Not that I observed, no.
That you observed. Also on November the 12th, you introduced to your report that there was reported interference with a investigator. Is that correct?
Hold on, Mr. Short. We cannot explore this issue. The board decided that we had submitted this matter for a show cause hearing, and they were not prosecuted for it. So therefore, whether or not, because they were not prosecuted for it, this is not a relevant. We should not explore this issue, sir, because it is not a part of their record. The government decided that there was not enough evidence to substantiate the charge. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I guess this question would be to you, and thank you for correcting me. But when we get reports and we send them over to the OAG's office, the Attorney General's office, and they do not give us or substantiate, does that mean that nothing occurred or that there were no violations? I mean, you are chairman. I'm following your directions.
It means that something. It means that it's still an allegation. It is an allegation that is unproven. So it's an allegation that this occurred, but it's unproven. So because it's an allegation that they were not charged with, I don't believe that I think it's prejudicial to the licensee for us to for us to further investigate an unproven and uncharged allegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Now, Investigator Ruiz, there are several instances in your report and your testimony that there were noise concerns. Have you ever been to this location while this licensee was operating and heard any noise yourself?
Yes, I've heard noise.
By noise, can you please explain for the record?
I've heard noise emanating outside. I've also was in the residence above the establishment to listen to the noise, and there was very loud hearing the music as well as the bass and vibrations coming through the floor from the establishment. Yes.
You might know the answer to this, and maybe you don't, maybe you do not. Would it be fair to say, or can I ask you if you know, were the residences there before this club was there, or before this CT was there?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the resident was there prior to their arrival during the because they have mentioned not having issues with the prior establishment.
A prior establishment, will you please explain that for the record?
No, it was another we'll say another tavern, Nana Ethiopian restaurant that was there prior. It was sold and transferred to Marte Bar and Lounge.
So prior to Marte Bar and Lounge, there were no noise complaints. Is that what you're stating for the record?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Again, thank you for your excellent report. But do you think that noise complaints comply with the act of violating peace, order, and quiet?
I don't think
Let me rephrase that question.
Thank you.
All right. Now, you said you were there and you heard noise when you went into the residence above Marte Lounge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would that be contrary to peace, order, and quiet for the community?
It's probably a disturbance, but according to statute, we can't violate for that due to it being located in the mixed use zone. Doesn't allow us to have a violation currently.
My last question, and thank you very much for your report again. You heard the noise yourself within the residence above Marte Lounge when you visited yourself in person?
Yes.
What time of day or night was that?
It was over a year ago. It was probably between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
So the hours are to 1:30 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct. So it was before that. So usually close that I've seen.
Okay.
That time.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report, Investigator Ruiz.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Ms. Carr, do you have any questions of Mr. Ruiz based on this report?
Thank you, sir. I do have a couple questions. I wanted to go, I did have some questions about that investigative history, but considering the chairman's position that it's irrelevant, I will skip that so we can move on. My question had to do with the hours of operation, sir. Mr. Ruiz, you testified that the hours of operation end at 1:30. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a licensed. Yep.
Okay. Isn't it true that the licensee, the hours change on Friday and Saturday? The closing hours change on Friday and Saturday. More specifically, isn't it true that the hours are until 1:30 from Sunday to Thursday? But then on the weekends, it goes to 2 p.m., meaning on Friday and Saturday, it goes to 2 p.m. Isn't that
2
true?
a 2 a.m.
2 a.m., yes.
Oh, I see the report. So we may have a typo on the report. I believe that that's correct. Well, let me see the.
I think if you look at the placard, you notice.
Yeah, I'm looking at the placard. So yeah, that's correct. It actually goes Friday and Saturdays are until 2:30 a.m. That's correct. My apologies for the.
Okay, and then isn't it true that on holidays, they're able to stay open even later than that? Isn't that true?
Yes, I do have holiday extension
Okay,
hours.
and what time do they close during the holiday extension?
4 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I wanted to go back to your report again on page 6. Page 6, where there was the findings regarding the music being heard.
Correct.
Now, just to be clear, you testified that there was no violation because the music, even though it was heard outside, as what this investigator said, it was not heard in any residences. Is that right? In any other premises?
That's correct.
Okay. So even though this music was heard outside, as far as this investigator says, there was no violation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to get a clarification regarding the cameras, because I believe there was maybe some misunderstanding or maybe I misheard. So even though the investigative history is irrelevant to the proceedings because there was no prosecution, just in general regarding the cameras, you would agree with me that you've never found a non-operational camera at Marta Bar and Lounge, right?
Correct. I know.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. George. I hope I said the right name. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Ruiz, you said you had visited the apartment of the tenant who lived above the lounge. Is that right?
Correct. I've been
And
there on prior noise complaints prior to this protest.
yep. And do you remember when it was that you visited that? When you visited the unit? I don't think I saw that in your protest report.
Yeah. I would have probably during late summer, early fall 2023.
And just for my edification, like, can you tell me why that's not in the protest report?
Well, our monitoring that we put in there only consisted from during the protest period while the investigation is being conducted, so that wasn't included in there.
I see. Do you recall what triggered that particular visit and how that visit went? Could you tell us about that?
It was a noise complaint from the complainant in the residence located above the establishment. She just asked if we can actually listen to the noise levels. So I went there, listened to it from inside the apartment, seeing that it was very loud. Explained to her, what we're able and not able to do. But then afterwards went down and spoke with Miss Care, the owner, and described to her what my findings were, and if she could just lower the music and lower the bass, which was our main issue, and the music.
And when you heard the music in the tenant's apartment, you said it was very loud. Can you say a little bit more about, I'm kind of interested in whether when you say very loud, you're describing something that's like it's loud, but you could live with it, or you think it would really make it borderline impossible to sleep?
It was loud music. The bass and vibrations coming through the floor, for me would make it difficult for me to sleep. So I think it was more the heaviness of that bass coming through that was really shaking the floor of that apartment.
And is it your understanding that when decibel readings are taken, they are decibel readings that are not measuring the intensity of the frequency of the bass vibrations?
I'm not trained on decibel reading, so I can't really speak on that. I haven't done them. I've observed, but I don't know the science behind them.
In that visit, when you went, I think that same visit, do you recall ever, or either that visit or a previous visit, do you ever recall seeing a DJ at Marte Bar?
Um, we've I we've seen a DJ in there before. This one of the reasons the owner was notified and why she applied for an entertainment endorsement.
So there was a DJ operating before the bar had received an entertainment endorsement to legally have a DJ operate. Is that right?
Yeah, it was observed. Yes.
Thank you. And do you also recall seeing a security guard with an unlicensed firearm?
Yeah, objection.
No.
All right. Well, that's an answer. Well,
So my apologies.
I'm sorry. The investigator, so let's move on. All right.
I wanted to take a look at Exhibit 19 of your report.
You want me to share screen again?
You can, if it would be helpful for other people to see it, but I'm happy to just talk through what I'm looking at as well.
The calls for service. Mhm.
The calls for service, that's right.
I'm
Can
sorry,
you,
one moment, please. Okay.
do you see a call for service on October 31st, 2023?
October 31st, 2023. Indicated for noise.
That's right. Yep.
Okay, yes.
At what time was that?
That was at 4:29 a.m.
Do you know what time Marte closed on that day?
No, I don't know.
What would Marte's normal hours be? I believe that was a Tuesday.
If it was a Tuesday, it would be till 1:30 a.m.
So you agree that this is a noise complaint that came to MPD or likely 3 hours after Marte Bar's normal closing time?
Yes.
I think that's all for me.
I have some follow-up questions.
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, you don't get follow-up. This is the board's witness, so you get one crack. The only way you can get follow-up is this is the board's witness, and so I don't have any other witnesses. I don't have any questions, and because if I allow you to ask questions, then I have to give Mr. George an opportunity to ask questions. You can get follow-up on your witnesses, but not on the board's witness. All right. So, Mr. Ruiz, thank you very much for your testimony. You are free to go, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, ma'am. Do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, I do. I would like to call Kusam Sharma.
And all right, so who is
Is she
Kasham
still here?
Sharma? I see the person on the line. So would you does this person, Miss Sharma, is that a male or female?
It's a female.
Miss Sharma, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I cannot turn on camera due to I just had my eye surgery done.
All right, ma'am. So I'm going to trust that can you raise your right hand, please? Can you tell me when your hand is raised?
Yes, I see.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you're a witness.
Thank you. Ms. Sharma, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Kusam Sharma, Kusam, last name Sharma, Sharma. I'm here along with my son, Rajesh Sharma. Since I have my eye surgery done, he's helping.
Thank you. And are you the owner of 4815 Georgia Avenue?
Yes,
Now, are you the owner individually or is it owned by an LLC?
it's owned by LLC. It's a Metropolitan Investment Properties LLC.
And what is your role in that LLC?
I'm the operating member.
Okay. And how long has the LLC owned the building?
Since 2007,
Okay.
August 2007.
And how many units are in the building?
Has one main level commercial unit and 2 residential unit upstairs.
Okay. And where is the building located, as you know, is it on the corner or is it in the middle?
It's in the middle.
Okay. And how many buildings are to the one side, to the left? Like if you're facing the front door, how many buildings are to the left?
Left has 1.
Okay. And then how many buildings are to the right on that block? Do you know?
I'm not exactly sure, probably 4 or 5.
Okay. And Mr. Ruiz testified that the tax classification is a mixed use building. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the business to the left, the one business to the left, do you know who owns that business?
I don't.
Okay. Now, was your building always commercial downstairs with the residential units upstairs?
Yes.
And let me bring your attention to the applicant now. Do you know Ms. Rak Bekele Kerr?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She had bought the business from a previous tenant, and she's my tenant right now.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to Exhibit 2, applicant's Exhibit 2, and I'm gonna try to share that with everyone. That's already been offered into evidence.
Mr. Orion, can you allow Ms. Kerr to share her screen, please?
Excellent. And this is the commercial.
You haven't. You're not sharing your screen, ma'am.
Oh, it's not sharing yet? Okay.
No.
One moment.
Access has been elevated.
You can try now, ma'am.
Okay. Let me.
Okay. Now you
Is
share.
that, okay,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
Okay, so is this the commercial lease that you signed with Martha's Bar and Lounge?
Yes.
And do you recall the amount of the monthly rent that she pays for the commercial space?
$3,300 a month.
Okay. And prior to Martha Bar and Lounge opening their business, what businesses were located in that same space from the time that you owned it?
It was first was Indian restaurant, and then I believe around 2015, then it was an Ethiopian restaurant.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
And originally there was a Indian restaurant until 2014. Then from 2015, there was an Ethiopian restaurant and bar.
And do you know when that Ethiopian restaurant stopped existing in that location?
In 2023, June of 2023.
Thank you. And did you know the previous owners who leased the space before Martha's Bar and Lounge?
Yes.
Who were they?
Her name was Sina Asifa and her daughter Rebecca Asifa.
And what type of business did they have? You mentioned it was a Ethiopian restaurant, but did they play music?
Yes.
And they sold food?
They sold food, yes.
And did they sell wines and other spirits?
Yes.
And so they were the same type of lounge or same type of establishment as Martha's Bar and Lounge, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, what is the name? Do you currently have a residential tenant upstairs?
Yes.
And what is the name of that residential tenant?
Her name is Maribel Simeon and Daisy Vasquez.
And how long has she lived upstairs in your building?
They moved last year, August 2023 to now.
And did you ever receive, were there any other tenants living upstairs?
Yes.
Hold on. Ms. Carr, can you close your screen if you're no longer relying on this document, please?
Okay, I will do that. If I can figure out how to do that. Do I press share again?
You have done that, ma'am, so.
Oh, I apologize. I was asking the name of your other tenant upstairs.
Oh, it was Brenda Cruz. And
thank you. And did you ever receive any noise complaints from Miss Cruz?
Yes.
And when did you receive the first noise complaint?
I believe it was around September of last year, September 2023.
And that was a complaint regarding Marte Bar and Lounge, is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever receive any noise complaints from Miss Cruz when Sino or Nana's was in that location before Marta Bar and Lounge?
No.
Are you aware of any noise complaints that Miss Cruz made before Marta Bar and Lounge took over the space?
No.
Okay. The other tenant that lives upstairs, what was her name again?
Sin Leon. And
did you ever receive any noise complaints from her regarding Marte's Bar and Lounge?
No.
So when you received the complaint from Miss Cruz regarding the noise, what, if anything, did you do about it?
Actually, we had several in-person meetings to resolve the issue.
So let me stop you there. When you said we had several in-person meetings, who was present at the meeting?
Myself, my Brenda, her husband Marvin, and that one time was the ANC representative. And then we had without ANC representative. And then I think one time there was ABCA representative also. So we tried several times. And
so
along with Ms. Rack and her husband, Mr. Kerr.
I'm sorry,
Mr. George, you cannot ask any questions. So
I wasn't going to ask the question. I was going to, how do I raise an objection?
Well, when the question is asked, you say object. You can't object in the answer. You have to object when the question is asked. Okay, sir? So if the person asks a question and you can object, and then I will make a ruling. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sharma, in total, how many meetings do you recall having trying to resolve Ms.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
I believe some of the meetings that Ms. Kerr is asking about were settlement negotiations and are not on the record for this proceeding.
I was just told they're meetings. I mean, the question, I'm going to overrule the objection. The reason I'm going to overrule the objection, it's the question was asked, did you receive any complaints? And she's, as the landlord, she's saying what it is that she did as the landlord. This is not the licensee. This is the landlord responding to how she respond to receiving complaints from her tenants. So I'm going to overrule the objection so she can answer the question if she can.
Understood. Thanks.
All right.
I'll ask the question again. Ms. Sharma, how many meetings do you recall having trying to resolve Ms. Cruz's noise complaints?
In-person meeting around 4 to 5. Definitely 4, but can be 5.
And at these meetings, was Ms. Rock Bekele Kerr present?
Yes.
And was Mr. Carl Kerr present?
Yes.
And then were there other meetings besides in-person meetings?
I mean, on the phone, over the phone, but in person, no.
Okay. So there were meetings on the phone that were not in person?
Yeah, I was talking to the vendor.
Okay. And did the meetings to resolve the noise complaint issues work?
No, not really.
And what is your understanding of why the meetings did not work?
I guess noise was still there.
Okay. And does your building have any soundproofing measures?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what type of soundproofing your building has?
It was done about several years ago. This in between the commercial and residential place, there was some kind of material was put in the ceiling to block the noise going upstairs.
And you said the soundproofing is in the ceiling in between?
Yes.
And do you recall what year it was put in?
It was several years ago. I cannot recall exact, probably I would say.
Thank you. So during those meetings, the in-person meetings that you had with the applicant, Ms. Bekele Kerr and Carl Kerr and Ms. Cruz, did the applicant agree to make any changes to try to alleviate the noise concerns?
Yes.
Do you
Objection.
recall?
Objection. I think that was very specifically a question about what the applicant has done during settlement periods.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mr. George.
Go ahead. Repeat what you said, and then you can respond, Ms.
That question is very directly asking what the applicant did in response to settlement discussions.
Ms. Kerr.
Yes, this question has nothing to do with settlement discussions. The question had to do with steps or things that the applicant did to try to remediate the noise concerns.
But I don't understand how that's a response.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. And this is what, from my perspective, the landlord, the tenant reached out to her landlord to say there's noise and you need to do something about it. And so this is the landlord responding to what it is that the landlord was doing to address the noise complaint by the tenant. I mean, I don't see this as settlement discussion. I don't. This is just now. There's a difference if the client. Well. I'm going to overrule the objection because this is the. I would assume that all reasonable landlord would respond to a request from your tenant to say there something is going on. So from what my take is that this is a response from the landlord how we're going to remediate whatever the issue that the tenant is having.
But Mr. Anderson, these are not steps taken by the landlord. She's asking about steps taken by the petitioner. I accept what you're saying about steps by the landlord, but if we're talking about what steps the petitioner took after the ANC started complaining,
This is not. This is not. There was no question about the ANC. From what the question is that this is based on complaints made by Ms. Cruz to the landlord. That's how the question is framed, and that's how I'm taking it.
I understand, but Mr. Anderson, at some point the ANC was involved and had protested and had engaged in discussions with this landlord. I don't understand how those things are not considered. How those things are not considered settlement negotiations, and if they're not, then I would like to reserve the opportunity to be able to put into evidence some of the things that the petitioner said that they wouldn't do during that period.
All right, Mr. George, and maybe I'm not listening correctly, but what I'm told, this is what I'm hearing. The question is that what is it that the tenant complained to the landlord, and what steps has the landlord taken to address the complaint? Now, I've not heard a question being asked about the ANC being involved. So if that question is asked, all I hear, all that's record.
Mr. Anderson, she's asking about things that happened after the ANC was involved.
I don't know that, Mr. Well, I think I don't know that. That's not that has.
Can she clarify the question then?
All right.
What steps did the petitioner take before the ANC was in contact about this protest?
All right. Ms. Kerr, the questions have been asked. There's a question. You start off the question asked about Ms. Cruz, the tenant. That's a question that you're asking. And it's my understanding you're asking questions about have you received complaint from the tenant regarding noise, and what actions has this landlord taken to address those concerns? That is the question that I'm listening to. Now, go ahead, ma'am.
Just to be clear, there were meetings with, my understanding is that there were meetings before the ANC had meetings with the parties, and there were meetings after the ANC got involved. I think that's all irrelevant because every conversation with the ANC is not about a settlement agreement. And whether my clients took steps to alleviate the issue before or after the settlement talks with the ANC is irrelevant. The relevant point is that they took steps, and it was not because of a settlement agreement. And so therefore, just because settlement agreement conversations and the essence of the settlement agreement, what was offered and what was rejected, the fact that that is not admissible in this hearing has nothing to do with the steps that my clients took on their own to alleviate whatever noise issues Ms. Cruz was complaining about. And so at this time, I'm asking the landlord about meetings that she specifically witnessed and was a part of, where Ms. Cruz had noise complaints, and my clients, which is what she's about to testify to, like what step did my clients say they would do anything to fix the issues? And she is about to respond to that.
All right.
Mr. Anderson, do you hear what she's saying is that what should come into evidence is what her clients said that they would do, but what shouldn't come into evidence is what her clients said that they wouldn't do.
No,
because those things that my client said they wouldn't do because of a settlement discussion with you should not be offered into evidence because they are directly related to settlement discussions. The stuff that they chose to do on their own has nothing to do with the settlement discussion.
All right.
Because they did it of their own free will.
I don't think you can say that
All right,
things that happened after the ANC's protest were of your own free will.
All right. Okay. I'm overruling the objection. And Mr. George, if you have had specific, say, at mediation or after mediation, you have stated to the licensee that I want to let's sign a settlement agreement, and these are the terms of the settlement agreement. Okay, that's something different. What I'm hearing is that there are noise complaints. The tenant has some complaints, and the landlord, through the licensee, was attempting to alleviate the concerns raised by the tenant. I'm not hearing settlement discussions. And so I would hope that if there's a problem and if one party reaches out to another party to say, this is going on, can you do something to alleviate that you're not going to state that that's a settlement discussion. These are just parties having conversations about, okay, the music is too loud. Can you turn the music down? And I don't believe that's settlement discussion. So I'm overruling the objection, but you are free, sir, to raise objections when questions are asked, and I'll make a ruling whether or not these are objections that are viable. Okay, so the witness can answer the question if she can.
So I'll repeat the question. To be clear, Ms. Sharma, you had meetings with Ms. Cruz and the licensee regarding Ms. Cruz's noise complaints, correct?
Yes.
And did Ms. Bekele Kerr or the licensee agree to make any changes to alleviate Ms. Cruz's noise concerns?
Yes.
Do you recall what changes the licensee agreed to make?
Yes.
Can you tell the board what those changes were?
Those were the moving the speakers from the ceiling to the floor and putting on the stands, so that can eliminate the noise going upstairs.
And did Ms. Cruz agree to do anything in return if they made those changes?
Yes, she would not call the board again, call for noise control again.
So to be clear, Ms. Cruz agreed in those meetings that if they made those changes, she wouldn't call the board, the ABCA board, regarding noise. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Now, did the licensee make the changes that you guys discussed in the meetings?
Yes, she did, and send me the pictures.
And you saw pictures of the moved speaker, is that right?
Yes.
Now, after my client moved the speakers, did Ms. Cruz continue to complain?
Yes.
Did Ms. Cruz continue to call ABCA regarding noise violations?
I think so.
At some point, I think there's evidence already in the record that Ms. Cruz and her family moved out. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Cruz ever discuss with you any mental or medical issues that the noise was causing her?
No.
Do you currently have a tenant in Ms. Cruz's unit?
Yes.
And who is that tenant?
That's Mr. Bekele Kerr.
And do you have an understanding of why Ms. Kerr rented that residential unit?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of why she rented that unit?
We don't want to see complaints again from the other tenants.
Thank you. And at this point, I want to offer, of course, it's already been entered into evidence, the lease that you signed. You signed a lease with Ms. Kerr, is that right?
Yes.
And how much does she pay for renting that residential unit?
That's $1,700 per month.
And that's in addition to the $3,300 she pays for the commercial lease?
Yes.
So in total, she now pays $5,000 in total to have her business at that location?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. George, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Sharma, you said that there's soundproofing in the ceiling, is that right?
Yes.
Did you help choose the soundproofing of the ceiling or provide any input as to what sorts of benefits it should provide?
No, it was done several years ago. I don't remember.
Do you know if, for example, it was told to the installer that it should be sufficient to block sound from a nightclub underneath a residence?
It was restaurants, so I don't remember saying anything. Contractor decide that to noise control.
Do you have any documentation about the sorts of soundproofing that was put in?
No.
Do you believe that what is in there is the maximum amount of reasonable soundproofing that could be there in order to prevent noise complaints above the restaurant?
I'm not
Objection.
sure.
What's the basis of your objection, ma'am?
What Ms. Sharma believes is irrelevant to this hearing, and she's not an expert. So what she believes, is not relevant.
Mr. George?
I think that's fine, but I would also then ask her to stipulate that she's not an expert as to the adequacy of the existing soundproofing.
Well, so therefore I'm going to sustain the objection. She's not an expert, so she can't. Whether or not she believes that is correct, so it's irrelevant what she believes. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on to another question.
Great. Ms. Kerr asked you if Ms. Cruz told you about any mental or physical issues that living above Marte Bar had caused her or her family, and you said no. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what Ms. Cruz did tell you about the effects of Marte Bar on her and her family above the bar?
So they cannot sleep at night.
Did she say that her kids were unable to sleep?
Yes.
Did she say that it was affecting her kids' ability to stay awake at school?
No, she did not tell me that.
The lease that Ms. Kerr has signed for the unit that was previously inhabited by Ms. Cruz, does that lease go through the entire period of the ABCA license?
No.
So that unit could be rented out to somebody else at any point?
I mean, it's yearly lease, so it will be renewed every year.
It will be renewed every year if Marte Bar is willing to continue leasing it from you, right?
Yes.
But if they're not willing to lease it from you, it will no longer be, the lease will no longer be in their name.
I cannot talk in future, sir. I don't know.
But the lease term is not the full period of the ABCA license.
That's correct.
And you stated that you haven't received noise complaints from the other tenant upstairs. Do you have any reason to believe that their experience would be substantially different from what Ms. Cruz's family has heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me why?
Because they are located behind the building, which is on top of the kitchen. So I think they are not affected.
I think that's all I've got.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members of Ms. Sharma? Ms. Sharma, question. Have you in how many apartments are in this building, ma'am?
Two apartments, sir.
2 apartments. So
Yes.
so the one above and the one up and the one below. I'm sorry, the one up directly above the bar and the one above the kitchen. Are those the 2 apartments?
Yes, sir.
and and renting and the person who's located behind above the kitchen, how long have they been there?
There since last August.
Now, have you in your lease, have you advised the tenants that they are renting an apartment above a bar or restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And so what is there anything in the lease regarding being that they are renting above a bar or restaurant? Is there anything in the lease regarding that, ma'am?
Yes, they had signed that.
So what is it that what specifically what's in the lease terms regarding the location of the apartment?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Specifically, what does the lease states regarding the location of the apartment?
It's saying like you're living right above the restaurant and bar, so it can be music.
What do you mean there can be music? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know exact wording, but that's what it says. Maybe Ms. Carr can see that it's the same wording is added in that new lease.
I'm sorry, Miss Carr. What exhibit is the lease, ma'am?
The residential lease is Exhibit 3.
Can you share your screen for Exhibit 3, ma'am?
That's the special terms.
Is it sharing yet?
No, ma'am.
Access has been granted.
You now have access. And you said special terms. Where is that?
Special terms should be in the end.
Oh, this is the commercial lease. I apologize.
All right.
Oh.
How do I make my screen bigger? Is this being shared?
The same way you do it when you're sharing them. You go to that second bar in the middle and open that, and they will make the screen larger. But you said this is a commercial lease, so you need to close this and share the other document.
Right. Okay.
And you can identify what exhibit that is, ma'am, which is the residential lease.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys see that?
Yes, ma'am. So where's the provision? She said special terms.
The last page.
Last page. Is that it there, the additional provision?
Yes. Yeah, the second one.
Are you able to read that, Miss Sharma?
I'm not trying to look at the screen due to my just had eye surgery done last week.
I'm happy to read it for you. Sir?
Why don't you read it in the record, and I'll ask her if that's what I'll ask her if that's what the lease states.
Can you enlarge in that? I'm having difficulty, sorry.
Okay, it says tenant agrees to lease of residential unit with understanding that commercial space within the main and basement level of the building is used to conduct business of restaurant, lounge, hookah, bar. Tenant expressly agrees that any smell of food and or fumes from smoking legal substances, as well as sounds and or music from commercial tenants' permitted usage of commercial space shall not constitute any actionable grievance with regard to any annoyance, nuisance, or disturbance that may be expressed by the tenant.
All right. So, Ms. Sharma, was this language just added to this lease that the current occupant signed, or was this in the previous lease?
It was in previous lease as well.
Okay. You can close your the screen, ma'am. Any other questions? I guess no questions by the board members. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Ms. Sharman as a landlord. Hello, Ms. Sharman, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
The last statement that was just read into the record of the lease, that fumes or danger of smoking or illegal activity is a part of the lease. Is that correct?
Is this provision? Yes.
Is that legal in Washington, D.C.?
I don't know, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Mr. George, do you have any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I do have one question.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Sharma, can you tell us why that term that we just discussed is in the lease?
Because I knew there was a restaurant downstairs, bar and lounge downstairs.
I guess my question is, is it in the lease because you understand that the restaurant downstairs would subject tenants in that space to unusual disruptions that somebody would not normally expect in a residential lease?
I don't understand the question, sir.
You have another question? She said she didn't understand the question.
I understand. I'm just giving me a second. I'm trying to rephrase it to make it a little more clear. Do you believe that you could, in the future, do you believe that a future residential tenant would be willing to live in that space, given what you know of it?
Objection requires the witness to speculate.
Mr. George, a response?
I don't know what the rules of evidence are for these hearings.
She objected. I'm going to make a rule, and I'm just giving you
I was asking her to speculate.
And you can't speculate. So the objection is sustained.
All right, let me rephrase it then. For your understanding as a landlord, do you believe that the conditions caused by living above Marte Bar violate the implied warranty of habitability for the unit?
I don't know, sir.
Do you consider that unit habitable for a residential tenant?
Objection. This calls for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
She's a commercial landlord.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, sir. You have another question?
Why are you renting the unit to Marte Bar rather than a residential customer?
It is residential lease, sir.
Is it a unit that is being lived in?
Mr. George, that's irrelevant. I don't care. The landlord don't care. As long as the landlord gets its money, that's all the landlord cares about, getting his money. It's irrelevant, so let's move on.
I guess my question, Mr. Anderson, and maybe I can help explain the relevance, is I believe that the arrangement that exists is because every party understands that that unit is uninhabitable as it stands.
All right,
Objection.
Mr. George, that's irrelevant. That's another issue that's another issue, not for this hearing. All right, and I think one of the things that you also need to be aware of, there is a provision in the law to say that if you live in a mixed use zone, unfortunately, there's not much ABRA can do regarding noise complaints and so therefore, that is probably one of the reasons why the landlord will put that special condition inside the lease to alert the tenant to the possible problems. And so let's move on. That's irrelevant, sir. That's irrelevant. So let's move on.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Kerr, do you have any redirect?
Thank you. Ms. Sharma, did you put that clause in the lease to alert whoever the new tenant is regarding the possible issues with noise?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for your testimony today. It's 3:24. I said I was going to take a break in every 2 hours, so it's approximately. So let me take a break. I'm going to take a 10-minute break till 3:25. I'm sorry, till 3:35. What I'm going to do, we're not going to conclude this hearing today, so we're going to go as far. What is your what time do you have to leave this hearing, Mr. George?
5 o'clock would be good.
At 5 o'clock. All right, so I will try to end as quickly as close to 5 as possible, and we probably will continue this hearing. So I need everyone to look at their calendar to continue this hearing for May 22nd at 1:30. Okay. So you can look at your calendar, and if that time works, we'll reschedule it we'll continue at that time. So we're off the record until 3:35. Okay. Thank you. Don't log off. Just mute your camera and mute your phone and and turn the camera off, please. All right. Thanks. We're back on the record. Ms. Kerr.
Oh, should be there soon, sir.
Thank you.
Here I am. I apologize.
All right, you're not on camera, ma'am, but do you have another witness?
So in an effort to expedite this matter,
Miss Kerr, we're going to
Okay.
continue this hearing because there's no way we're not going to finish this hearing today. So I just wanted we have a 5 o'clock cutoff for the ANC, and we're going to continue this hearing next week, Wednesday, if all the parties are available. So I don't need you to expedite, just to expedite, but of course I want the hearing to be expedited.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have
Are we
another
gonna
witness?
address the 22nd?
Yes.
Or we're gonna do that later?
We can, are all the parties available for the 22nd at 1:30, which is next Wednesday? The ANC says yes. Are you available, Ms. Carr?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so whatever is not finished today, we will continue on the 22nd at 1:30. I will, we'll go as far as we can. I will, to 5 o'clock, but I'm going to end the hearing at a juncture, okay? So we'll, all right. So do you have another, I'm sorry, who is this interpreter? Who's this interpreter on the line? Who's that? I don't know who that is.
That's one of our witnesses.
Well, is that the first witness you plan to call, sir?
It could be. I hadn't decided yet. I wasn't sure if, I don't know. I don't know how to answer his question about whether we'll get to him today.
How many more witnesses do you have to call, Ms. Kerr?
Your Honor, I apologize. So we have 4 more witnesses. However, we can forego Ms. Hebede if we can stipulate to her certificates that are already been entered into evidence that she has the certificate for the food for food handling as well as the certificate for the alcohol awareness.
That's not necessary in this case. So we don't need any stipulation. I mean, that's not this hearing is strictly on whether or not the board should grant the extended hours and the substantial change in extended hours and or entertainment endorsement.
Okay,
We don't
so
need to
to
have
the
any testimony. Yeah.
Her testimony had to do with the investigation. So again, to the extent that the board has already ruled that that's irrelevant, she will not be testifying. So I'd like to call our next witness.
I'm sorry, hold on. What investigation? What investigation was she going to?
The investigative history regarding the superintendent under the influence that we discussed earlier with Mr. Ruiz.
That's not an issue. That's not an issue in this
Correct.
hearing, and I'm not going to entertain any testimony on that issue because that's an issue that has not been there's no violation. There's no violation.
Okay.
So this is not the hearing for that. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
So at this time, I would like to call Miss Wanda Shorter.
Hold on, mate. So you have what? 3 more witnesses, I think.
Yes.
All right. You can tell Mr. George. You can tell the interpreter that they're not going to testify today. Whoever the interpreter is for, they're not going to testify today. So if they need to leave, they can leave. Now,
You can put in the chat if you got that.
Is this the interpreter that was provided by our agency, or is it that interpreter that you got separate and apart from our agency?
It's an interpreter that we got separate and apart.
Yeah, so you can let the interpreter know that that we're not going to get to them today because it's 20 to 4, and so there's no way we're going to get to them today. Get to your case today, okay? All right.
So this is the interpreter speaking. So we understand that Mr. Chen is not going to be witnessing today. Does it mean that he will need to come back on May 22nd at 1:30?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let him know.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. I'd like to call Wanda Shorter as the next witness.
Wanda Shorter, do you have a camera you can turn on, Ms. Shorter? Ms. Shorter, I see the person's name on the screen. Are they there? Can you find out?
Unmuted.
Can Ms. Shorter unmute herself? Ms. Shorter, you need to unmute yourself, ma'am. Ms. Kerr, can you call your witness to find out what's going on with your witness? She needs to unmute herself.
Yes.
Hello?
Ms. Shorter?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
Yes. Can you see me?
No, ma'am.
The camera's not working.
All right, well, I prefer to see my witnesses, but if there's no camera, we'll move on. All right, so, ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Let me know when you have done that.
I have my right hand up.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, your witness, Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. Ms. Shorter, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Wanda Shorter, WandaShorter.
Thank you. And where do you live, Ms. Shorter?
I live at 4518 Georgia Avenue, Northwest, DC.
And how close is that to Marte Bar and Lounge?
2 blocks.
And where do you work?
I'm retired.
Okay, prior to retiring, what did you do for work?
I worked at the Metropolitan Police Department as a management analyst.
And how long did you work there?
42 and a half years.
Okay, and do you know Ms. Kerr?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
I met her and Carl at Martha's Bar and Lounge.
And how did you hear about Martha's Bar and Lounge?
There was a place called Nana's prior to Martha's Bar and Lounge that I used to go to. And the owner expressed to me that she'll be leaving soon and another establishment will be coming. So that's how I knew they were coming. I didn't know who, but I knew they were coming.
And who were the previous owners?
Zena and we called her Nana, but it's Rebecca's official name.
And who was Rebecca?
The daughter to Zena.
And that's Nana's daughter.
Zena's daughter.
Zena's daughter, thank you. And do you know Brenda Cruz?
No, I don't know her, but I know she was the lady that lived upstairs from Martha's Bar and Lounge and had a family.
Now, okay, and do you know whether or not she was living there when Nana's was in the same location?
Yes, she was.
And how did you come to know that she lived upstairs?
Because the bartenders and other people around would discuss that the lady upstairs always called Arbor to complain, to make complaints.
And this was during the time that Nana's was in that location?
Yes.
And let's talk about your experience at Marte's Bar and Lounge. How often do you go to Marte's Bar and Lounge?
About twice a week.
And you've been doing that since it opened?
Yes.
Yes. And why do you go there?
Because the people are friendly, very nice, and I like the atmosphere. And it's close to me, I can walk.
And when you go there, what do you do?
I have friends to meet me, friends and families to meet me. I eat, have a glass of wine or a cocktail, and talk, conversation.
And when you go to Marta Bar and Lounge, you mentioned that you talk and have conversation. Is there music in the background?
Yes,
And when you're having these conversations, are you able to hear the people you're talking to without yelling?
yes, you can hear them very clearly without yelling.
And when you do go, do you walk or do you drive?
I drive mostly and I walk sometimes.
And when you drive, where do you park?
I normally park right out front, but there's
Do you
always
ever have
parking on the
trouble?
side. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
I normally park out front, but it's usually spaces on the side as well.
And do you ever have trouble finding parking?
No,
And you mentioned that you live only a couple blocks away. Do you have trouble finding parking at your home?
no.
So can you explain to the board the traffic around Marta's Bar and Lounge?
Well, whenever I go, I don't see any traffic around. There's no one standing outside. Very quiet. That's
Okay.
about it. No double parking. It's just quiet spot.
And can you explain to the board what you see when you get on the block where Marta's Bar and Lounge is located?
I see a blue sign saying Martyrs.
And do you see anybody else outside when you're there walking towards the bar and lounge?
No, you don't really see any traffic walking back and forth. Hardly anybody on the street. No one sitting around outside.
Okay. And how would you describe the cleanliness of the outside of Marta Bar and Lounge?
Well, there's no trash all outside.
Objection. I'm just curious about I don't think any issues related to trash or cleanliness or traffic are part of the protest hearing relevant to our objections.
What's the relevance of this question, ma'am?
I wanted a full record, but I'm happy to move on if that's not an
Uh,
issue in this case.
Let's move on then, ma'am.
Okay. And explain to the board what you hear when you get on the block where Marta's Bar and Lounge is located.
Well, you don't hear anything. It's very quiet. Well, I don't hear anything.
And when you're outside of Marta's Bar and Lounge before you go inside, do you normally hear music?
No,
Do you hear any people talking inside?
no.
When is it that you actually hear music when you go to Marta's Bar and Lounge?
Well, sometimes when I walk up there, I think they're closed because I see the light is on, but I hear nothing. So I have to go up to the door. When I go up to the door and open it, I hear some music. Then I know they're open.
Okay. And how familiar are you with what Marta Bar and Lounge looks like inside?
I know how I look.
Okay.
It's a nice upscale place.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 7. I'm going to share that on the screen.
Objection again. I no offense, but we don't have concerns about the appearance of the bar, and we don't take any issue with the photos of the bar that have been presented.
What's the purpose of this exhibit, ma'am? Why are we here?
Okay, I'm happy to forego showing it with this witness, but later on I will be showing it with Mr. Kerr
All right.
to establish the locations of speakers and things of that nature. Okay, so I will move on.
I think that's best evidenced by the owner if the owner is going to testify, ma'am. Okay.
No problem. I will move on. So, Ms. Shorter, how would you describe the atmosphere in Marta Bar and Lounge?
I mean, very relaxed and friendly.
And where do you sit when you go into Marta's?
I sit at the bar and the table sometimes.
And you testified earlier that the music was such that you can talk without yelling. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you go to Marta's, is there anyone playing music?
No, nobody's playing music. Normally
So
Carl
where's
or Marta go and set the music and it just plays on its own.
and
So
what is it
nobody,
playing? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your comment.
what is it? What's your question?
I was asking who's playing the music, and you testified no
Nobody's
one, and then
playing,
you were saying
nobody,
something else.
right. The music just playing. Nobody's over there playing the music, but sometimes they go and set the music and it just plays. It just keep playing.
Have you ever seen a DJ at Marta's?
No, because I wanted to have one. No.
And what do you mean when you say you wanted to have a DJ at Marta's?
Well, I had a birthday in February and I wanted to have a party there, but I knew I couldn't because they couldn't have a DJ there. So I had to take my party and have it someplace else. But because I wanted to support the business, I had friends and family to meet me the day before my birthday just to support the business.
And so are you aware that Marta Bar and Lounge is asking the board to approve them for a live entertainment endorsement?
Yes.
And do you support their request for a live entertainment endorsement?
Yes, I do. I think it'd be nice on special occasions and birthdays and holidays.
Is there any other reason you'd support it?
I like listening to different music, so a DJ could provide different types of music.
Are there currently any other places on that block or in your neighborhood that you can go to for DJs or live music?
No, there used to be a place called Sandovan that I used to go to for live entertainment. However, they have closed. It was on the same block, like 2 doors down, but they've closed now.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for your testimony. Is there anything else you would like the board to know about Marta Bar and Lounge or their application for live entertainment endorsement?
I think the owners are good people, and I would like to see them succeed and flourish in my neighborhood. That's all, and have a DJ. Thank you very much.
All right, hold on, Miss Short. Don't go away yet. Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. George, you have any questions for Miss? You have any questions for Miss Shorter? Are you still there, Miss Shorter?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr. George.
Thank you. I only have one question. How late do you typically stay at Marte when you go, and what's the latest?
Normally around 12:31.
What's the latest you've been there?
Probably 1 o'clock.
And even at 1 o'clock, you would say that the volume levels are such that you can carry on conversation?
Yes.
Are there people dancing?
Typically, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions by any board members? All right, that's fine. Thank you for your question, Ms. Shorter. You are free to go. Do you have another?
Thank you.
You have another witness you want to call, Ms. Kerr?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm calling Ms. Rutker.
Ms. Rutker?
Yes, Ms. Bekele Kerr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Bekele Kerr, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You're on mute, ma'am. Unmute your phone.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Misrak Bekele, MISRAK, BEKELE, KERR.
Thank you. And what is your purpose for being here today, Ms. Bekele Carr?
I ask the change of Marte Bar and Lounge, the ANC protest and my application.
And what are you asking the board for?
I'm asking the change of our minute extension and also the entertainment endorsement license.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ruiz testified that you are able to open your business from 11 to 1:30 a.m. and that's Sunday through Thursday. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you currently open your business at 11 o'clock?
No.
When do you usually open for business?
I open the earliest 4 p.m.
And what time do you normally close? And
I
that's
close-
Sunday through Thursday.
I close 1:30 to 2:30, which my license is.
Okay. Okay, and what about on the weekends, Friday and Saturday? What time do you open and what time do you normally
The
close?
same time opening is 4 o'clock till 2:30 on Friday, Saturday.
Now, if you wanted to open at 11 o'clock, like for a special event, are you able to do that with your license?
Yes, I do.
So the notice that's been entered into evidence, the notice of the hearing, it says that your proposed hours of operation and alcohol sales and consumption, you're proposing that is from 11 to 2 a.m. Sundays through Thursdays. Is that right?
Yes.
And then from Fridays and Saturdays, you're proposing 11 to 3 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so in terms of your hours, you're seeking to stay open for an extra half an hour. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Kerr, would that extra half an hour make a big difference for your business?
Yes, it does.
And can you explain to the board why?
We normally open late, 4 o'clock, because the reason the bar and lounge usually operating late. So what I notice, it's Marte bars, people come out usually like late, around midnight, they arrive. I could see like a little crowd coming late, 12:30. And also that DC is a ladder, it's starting Georgia Avenue all the way, 9th Street. All of them, they licenses two on weekends and 3 on weekends.
All right, hold on. I think both of you are in the same location. Ms. Kerr, when she's speaking, you need to mute your line. Or if you have a headphones, you need to use headphones. But both lines cannot be open at the same time, okay?
We're not on the same.
All right. Well, unfortunately, whenever she's speaking, unfortunately, Ms. Kirk, as it comes up, there's a feedback. So whenever she's on, you need to mute your line, and then I think you're the only one that I believe was. Let me see if there's someone else whose line is open, and that's one of the reasons why I wear headphones, because I was told that I am garbled, and so that's why you always see me wearing headphones. Arthur, go ahead, ma'am.
So yes, it does affect the 30-minute, because I see the people, the customers coming late, and when it's 1 o'clock and I tell them it's the last call because I have to close 1:30. A lot of them, they don't like that, especially the weekends. People come out late, and then the competition around the same business and the same areas is a lot of lounge. They close 2 o'clock on days and then weekends also 3 o'clock. And that does affect, and some of the customers even we do lose because of that 30-minute.
Thank you. And are you seeking any other change to your license from the board?
Yes, I do.
And what other change are you seeking?
Is the entertainment endorsement license.
Okay, and why are you seeking the live entertainment endorsement?
The DJs, how it usually works, one of what one witness also mentions, and we was really lose her, and she do come support us either way. But one of the things she was wanted is a DJ. A DJ, they have their own followers that they bring in customers to help the business. And also when it's occasional, like as a holidays and special occasions, as people wanted to reserve and do the special occasions. And we wanted to have a DJ so we don't lose the business.
And do you intend to have a DJ every night?
No, I do not.
So can you explain to the board how you intend to use the live entertainment endorsement?
The DJ, we actually don't have no dancing floor. So it's not gonna be every night. We're not gonna have a DJ. It's gonna be just the DJ playing in the back of music so that we will have a decent crowd coming, customers that they will listen in a different kind of music. Really, that will be it.
Thank you. And currently, do you intend to have any other type of live entertainment?
Not right now, no.
And so this endorsement, you're really using it so that you're able to have a DJ for birthday parties, special events, holidays?
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
I don't think it's relevant what they intend to use the endorsement for. The endorsement authorizes them to use the maximum amount of flexibility that it would grant them. I don't think what they say their intentions are right now is relevant.
Well, it's relevant, but I hear it might be redundant. So, but let's move on.
Okay. Let me see here. Let's go back to a bit. When did you purchase the business from Cena LLC?
Last year, June 1st, 2023.
And how much was the purchase price for the business?
To purchase the business was $140,000.
And where did you get the money to purchase the business?
We used to own, me and my husband, we used to own a store in Southeast for the past 7 years before this business. We sold the business and we purchased this one.
And when you purchased, what did your purchase price for this business include?
Included the utilities. Things comes again.
So you need to you need to mute your line, sir.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I purchased it along with the insurance and all the utilities and employees and it's everything that I need for the business.
Did the purchase price include the permits and licenses and inventory that Cena LLC had?
Yes.
Now, did that business, I think it was there was testimony that it was called Nanas or Nenes, is that right?
Yes, Nanas.
Did they have a liquor license?
You do have the liquor license.
And so you purchased the liquor license along with the business, is that right?
Yes.
Does that mean that you simply started using the liquor license?
I do purchase it and then I go with the ABCA transfer and the license and then I transfer it to my name.
And were you able to successfully transfer it?
Yes.
And then besides the purchase price for the business, were there any other costs to open in Marta Bar and Lounge?
Yes.
And what were those costs?
To renovating the place, because the place when we bought it was really old. And I renovated the entire inside, the wall, the floor, and I buy all the new appliances. And I pay all permits and everything.
And about how much did you spend for those costs?
I spent another $150,000.
Okay, and let me ask you this. There was testimony from Ms. Shorter that Ms. Cruz was making noise complaints when Nana's was in the same place you were. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you that Ms. Cruz was making noise complaints for Nana's business
Yes.
prior to purchasing the property, your business? Did anyone tell you that Ms. Cruz was making noise complaints?
They told me after I purchased it, but the owner, the Nana's restaurant, the previous owner also.
And so, to be clear, before you purchased the business, no one informed you that there were noise complaints from the tenant upstairs?
No one told me that.
Were there any other costs that you picked up for your business?
Yes.
And what other costs did you pick up?
The cost that to make the tenant upstairs, and we have to do a couple of changes that I have to spend some money after I open the business.
Now, that residential lease that you signed, was that an expected expense?
Wasn't unexpected.
And so your landlord testified that in total, your rent is now $5,000 a month. Is that right?
Yes.
And then do you have other expenses besides that?
When I took the upstairs, I have to pay $1,700 just to be safe and having another problem, same problems again. So I tell her I'm gonna take it and I'll use it as an office, and also it's gonna be my expense with all the utilities.
Understood. And that residential lease is Exhibit 3 has already been entered into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that the ANC is protesting your application?
Yes.
And do you have any support for your application?
Yes.
And can you explain to us what support you have for your application for your substantial changes?
I have the support of the neighbors.
Ms. Kerr,
Yes, sir.
go ahead. You need to mute your line, ma'am.
Well, it's very difficult to mute my line and ask questions at the same time.
Well, I don't know what's going on, ma'am. I'm just saying when you're done asking the question, when she's about to answer, you need to mute your line because there's some interference. That's why I thought you were in the same. That's why I thought you were in the same location. So we cannot hear her if your line is unmuted.
Okay, can I have 30 seconds to just turn this fan off? Because maybe that's what you're hearing, because it has like a sound,
No,
a whirring sound.
That's not what we're hearing, ma'am. We're hearing.
Okay, all right.
Let me tell you what I'm hearing, like, because that's something that I experienced. Like, two people are in the same location, and so therefore that's why that was my immediate. I thought you and your client were in the same location. Okay, you said no.
No, we're not.
All right.
But
Okay.
let me find out if Mr. Kerr, if he has anything on, because maybe that's what you're hearing.
No, I will check. We just
checked. We're sharing the same device.
If someone has,
Okay.
if one of you have a headphone can wear, then that would help.
Okay. I will try to mute in between my questions.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. But as I said before, if either party have headphones, that will work. Okay, go ahead.
I want to show Exhibit 4, which are the letters of support that's already been entered into evidence. And we can forego that if we stipulate that there are 5 letters from supporters.
You don't need to show them. Just tell her have her testify that who they are. You can say they're in evidence.
Okay. Ms. Kerr, so you testified that you do have support from neighbors in the community, and I bring your attention to Exhibit 4, which are the letters of support. And do you recognize the name Alonda McLean?
Yes.
And who is she?
She's one of my neighbors that come into my bar.
In one of your neighbors at Marta Bar and Lounge?
Yes.
And you're aware that she wrote a support for you?
Yes, she did.
And there's a Sandra Sobawan, and this looks like it's from a Donovan Sobawan.
Hold on.
Are you aware that he's...
Hold on, Ms. Kurt. What is it? What you have your hand raised, Mr. George?
I was just gonna, I mean, Ms. Carter, you're welcome to do this presentation however you see fit, but ANC 4D has no concerns or objections to the to the authenticity of any of these letters. So if it's helpful for your presentation, go for it, but please don't do it because you think we're going to object.
Okay, so I mean, to the extent that we just stipulate that there were 5 letters of support that was sent to the ANC and the board, we can move on. I'm fine with that.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
And Exhibit 11 was also a letter of support from Jamal Mills. Is that right, Ms. Park?
Yes.
A brief indulgence. I'm erasing, like trying to move past the stuff that are no longer relevant. I have nothing further for this witness.
All right. Mr. George, you have any questions for the witness?
Yes. The previous witness, Ms. Shorter, said that the music is always at levels where conversation, people are able to talk and they don't have to speak up oh, now I'm hearing an echo. And they don't have to speak up to be heard over the music. Do you agree with that, even like late at night?
Yes, I do.
Has Marte Bar ever stayed open past its closing time?
No.
I don't know, were you present when I asked Mr. Ruiz about the MPD complaint on October 31st of last year?
I heard when you asking, but that's not true.
Can you tell me what part of it is?
I was objecting, but my mic was off.
What's the nature
There
of
was
the
no
objection?
He is testifying to facts, not in evidence. There was no testimony that there was an MPD anything on August 31st.
No, he didn't.
October 31st.
Well, I thought I heard October 31st. That was a question that came up, and so she's responding to a response. She's responding to the allegation that on October 31st there was a call at 4, I think at 4 something in the morning, and she has answered the question, says that's not true. So. Let's move on.
Okay.
You
Move
asked
on.
the question. I'm sorry. You asked the question, sir, and she said that's not true. So do you have another question that you want to ask?
I guess I am curious what you mean by that's not true. Is it? Do you know why there is a? Do you have any idea why there might be a record for a 4:30 a.m. call on October 31st to MPD that was in ABCA's report?
If unless it's a holiday extension and October 31st was a Halloween Eve, so I don't know, no one come, no one tell me, and I never pass closing hours. So that's not something I'm aware for.
Do you know if you had extended hours on Halloween?
I'm not sure. If it is, then I'll always check in, I'll go back for it, so.
Are you an expert in soundproofing?
Am I expert in what you said?
Are you an expert in soundproofing?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of the ANC's request to bring a soundproofing expert to Marte Bar to get a sense of the soundproofing in the bar?
I do.
I object to this questioning.
What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
These questions go beyond the scope of direct examination. At no time did she testify regarding soundproofing or the ANC.
Well, I'm going to allow it. He's just asking a question if she's aware of it. So I don't. She can answer the question. I'm gonna overrule the objection. She can answer the question if she can. We don't necessarily follow strictly the rule of evidence here, but I will. Let me see how far afield he's gone. Go ahead, sir.
Are you aware of the ANC's request to bring an expert in soundproofing to Marte Bar to understand the soundproofing at the bar?
Yes, I'm aware. They wanted to bring in while Brenda was upstairs. But they didn't come, and then after I already have the lease, and then they didn't come forward. And I don't even know who's supposed to pay for the cost and all of that, but it's no point because I'm the one living upstairs.
Did Marte Bar allow the ANC to visit with a soundproofing expert to understand the soundproofing at the bar?
We allowed them.
I'm sorry, what was the answer? Oh, okay. She said we allow them.
We allowed them.
When the ANC requested to schedule that meeting, did Marte Bar allow the ANC to schedule the meeting with a soundproofing expert?
If we don't allow them because it's already no need because I already have the lease and there's no issues.
So just to be clear, when ANC 4D offered to bring a soundproofing expert to the bar, Marte Bar refused to allow that to happen.
Objection. He's testifying for the witness, and that's not what she testified to.
I think he's asking a question. The question is that I don't know where we're going with this because I don't know why it's relevant here because she stated that I don't understand why it's relevant because the tenant that it's her space and she's not complaining about noise. So why is it relevant that the ANC wants to soundproof the place and she's not complaining about noise? So why are we here? Why are we going here? So tell me.
I just want to be clear that what soundproofing is relevant to this case because soundproofing, I think, affects the effects of the bar on peace, order, and quiet.
For whom, sir? Who's? I mean, I hear maybe later on in your testimony, there's the tenant who was complaining about noise. Okay, and remember the tenant was complaining about noise, but because of the nature of the zoning, there's there's nothing our agency can do regarding finding this establishment for a noise violation.
That's right.
Because of the nature of the zoning. So, and in this particular case, the tenant is the landlord. So there's no pending. I'm not aware. So I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm not quite sure where we're going with this. I think we need to move on, sir.
We heard earlier, I think during Ms. Sharma's testimony, about requests to Marte Bar to make accommodations for the neighbors upstairs, such as moving the speakers. Can you tell me, were there any times when Marte Bar wanted to have the music turned up to the maximum volume where they chose not to in order to avoid disturbing neighbors?
First of all, I explained to you guys, the ANC, so many times, and I'm gonna say it again. We don't play the music loud unless if we have like a lot of people and a lot of customers in the bar that really like they cannot hear the music enough. It's always the music is low. That's why one of my witnesses was mentioning that every time she come, the music is not too loud. So plus when Brenda was upstairs, me and her, we've been communicating for so long before coming to you guys' attention. So I don't play the music loud, and we do a lot of changes. We move it from the wall to the stands, two of the speakers, and we turn into the bass from, it could be all the way to, I believe, 15, 20 to 2 and even 1. And we did all the best we can.
And just to be clear, do you keep it at 1 or 2 even when the bar is busy? Or is
It's
that when the
2.
bar is not
Most of
busy?
the times it's 2.
And what about when the bar is busy, when it goes above that?
It's not the bass, it's just the speakers, because we need more volumes when it's a lot of people's. It's not, you cannot hear the music enough. But otherwise, we don't turn up the music.
But when it's busy, you do turn up the music.
When it's comfortable for the people that they can hear comfortably inside the bar.
I have no further questions.
All right, any questions by any board members? I'm sorry, hold on 1 minute, please. Any questions by the board members? All right, no questions by any board members. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Carr?
Just a couple. Thank you. Ms. Carr, you testified that when there's a lot of customers in there, you turn the volume up. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, isn't there a point to which you will not turn it up past that point?
Say again?
Is there a point, meaning of the volume, where you will not go past that particular loudness?
No.
Can you explain
It
your
passed.
answer?
What you saying? Say it again.
You know, I withdraw the question. I have nothing further for the witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kerr, for your testimony today. Do you have another witness, ma'am?
I do. I have Carl Kerr. That's our last witness.
And how long you think the testimony will be? Will you think you think it's going to take half an hour?
It's going to take, how much time did Ms. Kerr take? It might take that amount of time.
Well, it's 4:24. I'm trying to figure out, do we have enough time to do direct and cross-examination? That's why I was asking the question, so I could end the hearing here today.
I don't believe so, because he is going to testify specifically about the noise, the sounds, that effects, that the steps they took to remediate the issues. And I'm sure Mr. George is going to have quite a few questions on cross-examination.
All right. So with that said, then, so is he your last witness?
He is.
All right. So we're going to end the hearing. We're going to end the hearing because there's no way we're going to be over by 5 o'clock to accommodate the ANC. All right. I'm looking at our calendar. This hearing is going to be scheduled for we're going to resume this hearing on the 22nd at 1:30. The hearing might start at 1:30, or it might, because we do have a show cause hearing if it's not settled. So anytime between, so I can't tell you that it's going to start as today. It's going to start at 1:30. So it might start at 1:30, or it will start, if that case is not settled, it might start at 2, 3 o'clock, 3:30. I'm not sure at this juncture, but just looking at the calendar for next week, we do have one hearing that's already on the calendar for 1:30. So please do not be perturbed if this hearing doesn't start exactly at 1:30 next week. Okay?
Should we show up at 1:30?
Yes, you have to show up at 1:30, but I'm putting you on notice that currently, in looking at the calendar for next week, we do have a 1:30 show cause hearing, and that could settle, or it might not. But at least the show cause hearings are not necessarily as long as the protest hearing. But I don't know. All right. So I'll end this here now, and we will reconvene on on May 22nd at 1:30 p.m. And you have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, so let me close the record officially. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 22nd for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 22nd, as published in the DC Register on May 17th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearings today, and our board members who participate in our hearings. Now that we are adjourned, I'm now asking all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.